Okay. That's the usual thing. Audio check, audio check. Audio check, audio check. I should definitely lower the volume. There we go. Now, check on Twitch. Looks like it's working there. Hello, Elite. I was not expecting you to be awake at this time. You're on break? Is it spring break already? What the fuck? Time's moving way too fucking quick right now. Oh, hello. Hope you had a good day. Mute my phone. Today's game is the Stanley Parable. Last week on Sunday, well, Sunday night, Monday morning, whichever it was, we went and did the Stanley Parable, and we played to the left door, all the routes I could figure out that way. Today, we're going to be going to the right door. For those that don't know about the Stanley Parable, it was, it's a game about a guy named Stanley who works at an office doing the same thing every single day. And then one day, he notices that no one else is in the office. And he's getting no tasks to be done. Oh, and then there's a narrator that narrates everything. That's about the premise of the game. If you count wasting 64k monkey money on ranked boss, good day. That does not sound like a good day. That's a lot. That's a fucking lot. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that so seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. You actually taking the time to... What the fuck? I was not expecting this. I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell me what? I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Go ahead, pick whichever time you want. Even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. Wait, I'll let you get back to the video game now. I am... It's just so what the fuck? I just was not expecting that. Say 4:13 p.m. is your favorite time. Okay.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for
Oh, so I didn't have to do the intro because the narrator will do it this time.
Number 427.
We'll only listen to the intro one time. Every other time we'll be
He
skipping.
sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
I think he was made exactly for that job.
Was happy.
I would not be happy with that,
And then one day, something
even if I
very
was paid a
peculiar
huge
happened.
amount.
Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and
not able to
regained
move.
his senses,
Oh, now
he
I got
got up from his desk and stepped
Welcome
out of his
back.
office.
I like how we got a trophy the first time we played, literally just for playing the game initially. And now we get another trophy just for
All
coming
his
back.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm ignoring the meeting room, we're just gonna go straight to it. Actually, there was one door I wanted to check out. Where is 420? There it is, 420.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Okay, so we can't get to 420. Just had to check. This is the type of game that they would do something for the 420
When
joke.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So last time we played, we entered door on the left and followed the actual instructions of the narrator. We also did our best to find every route over there. We're going to be... The first time, I think I'm going to... Wait, so you're not high, right? Yeah, I should go ahead and get my roommate to play this. Then the door would work. Yeah. This time, the first place we're doing today is going to be ignoring every single thing the narrator says. I'm going to do the exact opposite.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Nope, don't want to stop you.
Truly a
Keep it
room
going.
worth admiring. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
You mean this door? It looks like there's another route over there. But I do not want to take it. I have to ignore everything he says right now.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Alright, this is a game where you can't even jump. But you can fall.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot.
Oh, the narrator's actually talking to
I'm
me
not
now.
your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
I know
Someone
that you...
you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
See you later.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
Oh,
Let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your
blue and red
side.
doors.
Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Ah, so this is going to be a spot where I'm going to be doing the exact opposite, but that is a new path. Blue door it is.
Aha, perhaps you
Oh.
misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Nah.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked
Give me the blue
through
door.
the red door.
Oh, there's the blue door. Good.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
I remember this.
You see?
from
There's
YouTube
nothing
videos.
here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures.
Interesting
Is this what you
developer
wanted?
texture.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Yes, very much
You
worth
don't
it.
think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in
What do
the
you
end,
mean
it
you're
was
gonna
all
see a
for
lot? I do have
nothing,
to
because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Okay.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Fuck. I want to take that other door, but now's the time to go ahead and ignore what he said.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Ah. No, less choices.
A one? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a one? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that?
Do better.
But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Okay, let's... Huh? We have a worldwide leaderboard. How do you even get 2 seconds at the finish time? Let me get some last place. Yeah, I'm last place, of course. I have not played for 7 hours. I have not. Why not ask some friends for help? If friends looks empty, fuck you. Hello, Deadboy Gamer. How are you doing today? This is your superior. A dead rat is objectively pain. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, let's try this door.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
Fuck you,
Again,
narrator.
Honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
Sure.
Perfect.
Let's
Let
see
me
what
boot it
comes up. What's the new game?
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting
There's
the
just a random
demands of
plant
family
over there.
life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours.
No.
So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Oh, you... So we have to keep the baby from burning in fire. For 4 hours. Oh god, this is fucking annoying. This is so fucking annoying and loud. Baby, goodbye.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience.
The baby
for me.
burnt in
I'm not
flames.
even going to try. I'm out.
Still got 3
I'm
hours
out.
and
I'm
59
done.
minutes left. Yeah, I'm
It's
out.
over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
So, what game we're gonna be playing?
Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
Is this like an escape room game,
Well, it seems
or...
obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man
What the
spying
fuck?
on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower. Perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity.
I actually don't know what game this is from.
Everything about this game, Stanley.
What the hell?
It seems there's even more.
I was expecting
let's
Minecraft
venture
because that's
outward
one
and
of the
see
games
what
that
else
they
is out
used.
there.
I didn't know they did before. Truck Alaska. What game is this? I really don't know. Propane tanks. Let's see if we can get to that. Can we somehow blow stuff up? No, we can't. Okay, down we go.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
What? Is it two paths? There's a choice? Does this tell us
It
anything?
is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Jonesy. Hey!
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it.
Okay, guess he does not like choice.
Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Oh, I really don't know what's going on. Are you fucking shimmy Rocket League?
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Okay, how do we get lost in this game?
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley,
Come on,
here's the ball.
make the goal.
Have fun. Hold on.
Yes, I got lost! I got lost! Fuck you!
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley.
Damn, I actually wanted to play with the ball there a bit. I wanted to see if I could get lost. Ah. Which way? Oh shit. I thought there was a floor there. Uh... 510. Okay, it's like we're in a horror game now. Wait a second. If I remember correctly, there was... One of these doors is to the person that got fired. Maybe we'll be able to open that door. Try to open every door we run across. Oh! So that was a left and that was a right. So are we going backwards to our room? It's like a broken down main office. Hey, there's my office. How am I clicking on the chair? What do I do? We found a office.
I wonder what he found.
Oh, it was a
If
timer
what
on
he
there.
wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
That just sounds depressing. And now we wait for the black screen? Okay, we're back to beginning. So that was the route
All
of
his co-workers were
doing
gone.
everything
What could
the
it mean?
opposite.
Stanley decided to
Or
go
going
to the meeting
against
room.
the
Perhaps
narrator's
he had
words
simply missed a
completely.
memo.
Huh? Fuck! My plan was to go ahead and continue what we did before. But this time, what is it called? Not jump off to bridge. But now why is this so fucking tempting? I will go there next.
Stanley came to a set of
Door on the
two
right,
open doors.
ignore
This
you.
was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly.
We're gonna
well.
go to
Perhaps he
the
wanted to stop by the
employee
employee
lounge.
lounge first, just to admire
Go
it.
fast.
Wow.
That's the
Yes,
fuck forward.
this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, I'm not.
Stanley was so bad
And
at
this
following
time we're not gonna
directions,
jump
it's
off.
incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot.
This time we're actually going
I'm not
across.
your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
Oh, you?
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Who the fuck is her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Who? Oh, okay.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her.
I mean, I'm not
If
reaching
you
out to
can
her. She's
truly
calling
place
me.
your faith
She's
in
the one
another,
reaching out.
Then pick up the phone. As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double-check.
Ugh.
No.
Okay, yeah, I love
Definitely
this
here,
game.
Clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another.
Hey, spoiler,
Music comes
spoiler.
in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Oh, thank you.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation?
What is a
have that
situation?
kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
What the
Choice.
fuck?
It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example,
Okay.
in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read.
How?
Which choice would you make?
How the
Remember that
fuck do
unlike
you
here,
make
the
the
real
choice to
world makes
forget how to
sense,
read?
and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back sack and crack."
Wait, is that back second cut? Elite, is that why you
Excellent.
have that as
Making
your favorite
choices on a
time?
regular basis is the best part to a healthy
What's up with the
decision-making
crocodile? What are you
process.
doing with the crocodile?
Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day.
Got your back
Do
sack
you
and crack.
make more than 8?
Oh, fuck.
Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside.
Oh, great.
This time, your instructor will
Existential
guide you in
dread.
an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Okay, so are we making a rational choice now, or
Welcome
we?
back. may
You
have
blocked the
noticed
fucking
this
way
room
with-
has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But
What
not
the
to
fuck?
worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
What it is Stanley forklift certified. They put fences on this so it can't jump back down.
Now
They're
that we
trying
know
to
your
remove my
choices are
choices.
meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying.
Nah.
Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through
I didn't
the story.
need to die, just get me on that
story
bridge.
would make no sense at all.
Wait, we're actually heading
Just need to
downwards?
get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately,
Oh, no,
it
not
seems
all the
this
way down,
place
just over
is
here.
not well equipped
I was
to
hoping
deal
to go
with
down there.
reality.
Did they really try to remove all choices?
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending. The story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home.
I'm not
free in
taking the door on the
real
left.
world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
Fuck no.
I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Goodbye.
No! Why did you do that?
It's
Hurry
fucking
back
quick.
in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
What is... Okay, that does look broken. How broken can we get? Throwing the light again. It's not working? Come on. Let me make a wrong choice again. Okay, it looks like we only have one option now. Please be too late. Hey, we broke it.
It's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do?
What the fuck was that?
A way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Oh, so this point would actually... What? Hello? Narrator, is that?
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny?
Yes.
You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious.
Oh, we did that already.
It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What the fuck? Did we just restart?
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Are we breaking even more?
Exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nope. Narrator? Is there?
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Oh, it took him a bit.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means
it's
choosing
slightly
responsibly
different. What the hell?
Always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as
okay, nothing's changing at this point.
That means choosing responsibly and always.
So we're going to go on the left this time.
I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I feel like if I had the choice here, I would have made that after you enter there again, the door swings open, top to bottom instead. Like the door just falls to the ground. That would just seem fun.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Oh, they have the broom closet closed.
Coming to a staircase,
Hey,
Stanley walked upstairs to his
they
boss's
have the
office.
downwards blocked off. Are they actually blocked off all the choices here? The bathroom is closed as well. This is different. This is not
Stepping inside his
what
manager's
the
office,
looks
Stanley
like.
was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week.
Huh?
Night Shark 115.
Okay, this
Was
is
this the code
what
to
the
open the door? Would it still work? There was only
It was
one
supposed to be
way
a
to find
4-digit
out.
code.
Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 15. Let me. Night Shark 15. Did that work?
Stanley spoke
Nope,
the
it didn't.
code. Night Shark 115.
Night
He
Shark
spoke it into the
115.
receiver, right there on the wall.
Okay, it doesn't work. I was just checking if the mic actually worked for this.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial
There is no.
step.
I can't speak into it. I tried. I'm working with you here, narrator. Night
Okay,
Shark
fine. You're
115.
not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right.
I
You could have
did.
done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
Huh?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his
What
left.
the? Stanley?
Stanley?
Hello?
Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me?
Nope.
Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you.
feel like this is the first time we actually got credits.
It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together.
Oh, we
I'll
proved that
decide
we
what
can be
you want
wrong.
to do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything.
He sounds so
More
sad.
important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me?
Nope.
Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
And we just have the credits up on the screen now. He seems very
All of
sad.
his
there.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Okay, so
Stanley
this
decided
time
to go to the meeting
we are
room.
going
Perhaps
to
he had simply
actually
missed a
answer
memo.
the phone. We'll get to that new content. But to be fair,
When
there
Stanley
seems to be
came
new
a set of
content
2
everywhere.
open doors- This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took
Skipping
the
everything
first
the
open
narrator
door on
says.
his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
I'm honestly wondering just how
Someone
many
you've been
endings there
neglecting,
are at this point.
Stanley. Someone
Yes.
you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not
We
asking
run into
for
ones
me,
I did not expect.
I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out
We're
to her.
not unplugging the
If
phone
you
this
can
time.
truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Hey, we picked it up. $427. Really, a house is or apartment is also listed to
Hold on, please. Sorry to
$427.
keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now I want you to come in and tell me all about
Your damn.
What? The?
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to
Fuck
commit
you.
their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now.
Oh, fuck you. Can't open easels. Let me through. Damn it.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Oh, no, you're not gonna kill me. Press down on your control. Press the other buttons.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Square? Okay.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Up.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
What the fuck? That's just rude.
And so he began to
And
fantasize
depressing.
about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Prepared to? No, I thought my wife was doing that. What the hell?
As he wandered through this
Oh.
fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible
the-
paths and
Okay, so-
destinations. Down one
Our-
path lay an enormous round room.
So
with
our apartment
monitors
is
and
turning
mind
into our
controls.
office.
And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Tell your wife you love her. The wife that said she's gonna kill me?
But there is no answer.
Oh, no
How
more
could there
wife.
possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Yeah, that is a depressing fact. I've definitely felt that before.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer.
Fuck
That
you.
as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
I'm conflicted. Which one am I supposed to press or am I not supposed to? Ah! They knew it. I'm not pressing it. Do something. Tick, 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 tick. Fuck it.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that
You
he'll
literally gave me no
understand that
option
every
there.
second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Press triangle to question nothing.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button.
Please
And I
die.
tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Okay, so since we followed all the instructions, the instruction of dying, we just followed that as well. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content soon.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay, it looks like there's 2 ways to go here. I want to
And
see
so
what
he
happens.
detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Here we go. This is what I want to see where this goes. Where does this lead?
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Okay, so we only can go left.
Oh, no,
Oh,
it's to
fuck
the
you.
right, my mistake. No,
Really?
not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
That is actually just rude.
Now, let's
Close the door on your
see.
face
Down,
twice.
Right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Okay, where does this lead us? Oh, back here. Can we see where people are fired? Yep, there we go. So 104 is fired. 234 is glitchy.
No.
Oh, this is the wrong entrance.
At all. You're
It's
not
supposed to be
supposed to
down
be
there,
here
yeah.
yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to oh. Who am I
Pirate?
kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay.
Nah.
From the top.
Really? That was a quick one.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait.
Okay,
what?
so it's not over.
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should
That's
be...
a lot.
Or did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did
No.
you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
Yeah, why?
It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
This is too many choices. What the hell? We're not going to front two. Fuck it, to the left. This is like the back rooms at this
I'll
point.
say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting
we're back over
and
here.
again.
So we have
It's gotta be better than this.
non-Euclidean here.
Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
So it loops around non-Euclidean style.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay,
Now we
it's
have...
worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Sure.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The
How?
story. Here it comes.
How does
No,
this...
wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Oh, this world is hurting my head. And then we get back to horror game
Now
stuff.
this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Hey!
Congratulations!
We actually won the
I
game.
know you put in a lot of hard work,
Victory!
and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all.
I feel right. I
No,
won.
you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Oh, this
All
is...
right,
They mentioned
I've
the
got a
yellow lines.
solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Huh? Going over here? Hey, we have solitaire.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still
Hey, it's going
story?
across the wall now?
Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very
okay, up this way,
manifestation of
over
the
here,
nature of life itself?
here,
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
here.
whoa, whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird.
This gave me
back there.
dizzy.
Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
Yep.
You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Hey. Nah, this is too much. Follow the yellow line. Da, 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 da.
Wait, cut the music.
Aw.
Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
How?
Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't
How?
want to miss anything.
How is this going to be important later?
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no.
And we're back here.
Not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Well, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Hey, another restart. We still have the line.
You know what, Stanley?
Oh,
I
what the-
say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Okay then.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be
And
anything.
it loops.
What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no,
And it's
you
broken.
again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Just ignore the line. It leaves. Okay.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Yep.
Okay.
But that's a
So
line.
I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means
I'll
that
go afterward.
somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin.
What the
So
fuck is that
starting
even
from the
supposed to
right,
mean?
Let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Oh, I was going to definitely choose the left door there. The confusion ending.
Oh, hold up,
Here
what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what?
Oh, there's gonna be
Am I
pistol
just
stuff
supposed
right
to
here.
forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do
Hey,
it.
so the narrator's making a choice.
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
I honestly don't know.
So, okay.
I am honestly just interested now.
I guess now we just wait. You know,
I read
I
through the
suppose
rest
in
of this
some way
confusion
that this is a
ending
kind of story, wouldn't you agree?
to see if we
Not
do
quite
manage
sure
to
if we're
get
in
to
the
do it.
destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
What? Okay, so now we try to play the game. Careful.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Huh?
We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
Yes. I was not expecting
Understood.
that
Your
at
order
all.
will be canceled immediately.
Hey,
Thank you
no!
again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
I wanted those boxes. They're for my future happiness.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
This shows a confusion
Stanley
ending.
felt
That's my
lightheaded,
question.
butterflies in his stomach. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Ah, nuts.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Let's begin the game again. Seems like this is a new route. So we finished the confusion ending, I guess.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Now, time to finally check out new content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Okay. Guess we're going this way. Choo-choo.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Yeah.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Does that include what we're doing right now?
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should
Now
we,
this is great DLC,
should we
yes.
be moving
Amazing.
somewhere or,
Oh,
there
there
we
we
go.
go.
All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
The jump circle.
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
I can jump! The game actually allows jumping now. I want to see this. Oh, we no longer able to jump once it runs out. Give me more jumps. That was not enough.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes.
What's it gonna be
I
this
knew
time?
there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you for enjoying the new content. So it was literally just the...
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off?
Okay, gotta check that. Gotta check that. Test trophy, please ignore. That actually fucking exists. Test trophy description, replace this. Play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. Tuesday is 24 hours, so play for the entirety of 24 hours, or play throughout the entirety of Tuesday itself. There's a lot of 8s here. Click on door 430 5 times. Not 420, 430. Don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years. Are you fucking shitting me? I am not doing that.
On this. I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Oh yeah, it's all about
It's my
Twitter.
fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Let's see where we go. Oh, this is not the same. It is 430. It's door that I'm going to be looking for.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Okay. Oh, you don't even have a crouch, but you just automatically crouch. Ah.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something
What?
special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Yeah, so is this building just stolen from another game? Don't forget the Stanley Parable.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind
2013
you
when
of
the
how
Stanley Parable was
wonderful
released.
Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
British Academy and Film and Television Arts Awards to The Last of Us. The category story. Stanley Parable just taped over it. Our First Kiss, My First Car, release of Stanley Parable in 2013. Oh, they're using Firefox on this one. Oh, the demo. I actually did not get to see the demo when it initially came out. I only saw the original Stanley Parable, not the demo. Unachievable is impossible to get this achievement. Go outside, don't play for 5 years. And then 10 years after the game came out, they bring out the Ultra Deluxe Edition. Which is asking for 10 more years. Oh, Stanley died. Really feels like I'm... Why is there a piano there? Why? They're not supposed to be music with voices. The singing.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this
I want to
stunning
go back to
triumph
the
of
singing.
games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
I feel like we'll get to that door eventually. Okay, so we have the actual opening screen. Choice. Person of the Year. Whoever that is. Huh.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition
This is not
along to
a
the
10 out of 10
PlayStation.
this
Boom,
time.
done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
This wasn't a franchise, it was a single game. Serious film. Oh, am I going down to maintenance now?
These were simpler times, Stanley.
Yeah, I am.
What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games.
Ah,
I haven't looked at
Steam!
these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Two. Haha.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but
Hey, there's a positive one right here, though.
densely layered web
See,
of
positive
profound
review.
philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
This does not feel like the same game anymore at this point. Hey, another positive review. Another
Let's see
positive.
what this one
And you only paid attention to negative.
While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
You are.
You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can.
You're preachy,
Oh,
I'm letting you
goodness.
know.
This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much
What does
fluff
even
I cut
terse
from the game to
what
give
does
it to
terse
feel
even
as
mean?
light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
There's another positive review. Fucking read it. Why are you ignoring all the positive reviews and only focusing on negatives? And we go to another negative.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
This does not look like a good bridge to go across. Little wonky.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's
But
what
I
the
enjoy
players
his
have been
talking.
asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people
I wonder
want
how long
silence,
does he
then
talk
by
back through
goodness,
here?
that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. But the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never.
I'm trying to follow what the hell he's talking about,
it's the
but I can't.
only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago?
What?
Which is why I say, the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until
he's
inevitably,
fucking repeating
we all
it.
until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't
Okay,
be
yeah,
just
now
yet.
skip.
No,
This
until...
is repeating.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise.
I don't know what
maybe a
rumination or treatise
manifesto.
means.
Look, I'll
At all.
outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both.
Okay,
of
this
these
is
things at
honestly
once,
fucking
that you are
confusing
both
and hurting
making
my head.
choices
Is this the
and
confusion
not making
ending?
choices, and that they
Not
are
the
both
other one
affecting
that we
you
did?
and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this
What
one.
does
I think it
treatise
has much
mean?
more of a treatise vibe to it.
What is it?
But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious
Okay, I'm
history,
looking at what
if you will.
treatise is while he
See,
continues.
now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation. And I do find myself in this...
A treatise is a written work dealing formally and systematically with a subject. What is that even? It's just a formal writing about a subject is a treatise.
situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Oh,
Treatise, manifesto.
okay, so this is where it starts repeating.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise,
Nah.
manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Now it's time for the skip button.
Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their pressurized gas review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on how exactly pressurized gas works. Perhaps that would have been a smart thing to check on before I went on about this whole exercise of making a
Okay,
skip.
I will answer. Yes,
Although I have to
I
admit,
am in the mood to skip
after
this time.
seeing this. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated,
good.
and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go?
Yeah, good
Wasn't there a
question.
door that led into this room? I do
There
feel
is a-
quite
at a
certain
door.
there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go
Yes, I
anywhere
agree.
other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking
Trying
you
it.
to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
And now the thing that's repeating is nothing. I don't think he'll be back.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room.
Oh, you didn't find
Stanley,
a door?
The door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback.
You should
Why
just,
was it
like,
so important
pay
for me
attention
to
to
fix
positive
the
ones.
problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself.
He
I can't
fucking
stop
goes
myself
on
from
and on.
lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment.
He keeps
What does
going.
such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that
I will
button
once
again,
you start
leaving
repeating.
me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here.
I don't care
Oh,
for his
no,
anxiety,
I know
that's
you too
true.
well. you'll be leaving me. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore
And
the
he
negative
started looping.
feedback. Why was it so important for
This
me
was probably
to
the
fix
worst
the
loop,
problem?
because he just
Why did Cookie
cut
Nine's
in the middle of
opinion
his
matter so
word.
much to me? Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been
Oh, the plant is dead.
or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking?
Yeah, you
It
talk a
isn't,
lot.
Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the
Honestly,
vessel
since he's
I
going to
needed,
go on for a while,
Stanley.
I'm
Not
opening
the
up some
outcomes, not the story.
fucking mail.
None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the
so
wall.
that one
You see
out.
what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything
Got a
at all.
bunch of
I
mail
feel
in
renewed.
the bank.
I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
Okay, so now he just won't talk until we press the button again. I tossed them. Just tossing all the mail I'm opening up on the ground. Once I read and just check that it's actually pointless.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome.
I thought the screen was just
I
black.
have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year.
Oh, it's been over a year
sat down
now?
in one place and not moved for one entire year.
No, I have
Let me
not.
describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities.
I
felt
know
nothing
that
at all
feeling.
but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months.
Regret
I lost
sucks.
it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that
This is probably the most pointless of the pieces of mail I've gotten so far. A piece of mail that tells me, hey, for the loan you took out on December 2nd, 2024, so I'm getting this a few months late, your account is showing a payment due in the amount of $0.0. It's They sent me mail to let me know I don't owe them a payment. What the fuck? You can go on, narrator, you can go on, but what the fuck? Please waste time there.
Instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was
And
unlike
another one,
anything
March
I had
2nd,
ever known.
2025.
It was a space without consequence.
What you need to
without
know, your
action
account
or
is showing a payment
outcome.
due on
It was
March
divorced
2nd,
entirely from
2025 in the
question
amount of
free
$0
will that
And
you
says,
and I have squabbled
what
over
the
for
fuck is
so
the point
long.
of sending me the mail
There
then?
could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply
Oh
a
no, he's
strand
becoming
in the
multiversal
web
being.
of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then,
Hey,
this
this
moment
actually
passed,
wasn't one here.
and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
So he wants me to sit in silence and feel what he's been feeling. The last piece of mail I got is good mail. It's the mail from my attorney when it came to the car accident lawsuit. Because my insurance company was saying, no, we won't pay, we won't do this, we won't do that. Bitch, I went in with I have insurance and I sitting my car on the highway with traffic just sitting there and someone else fucking crashes into me from behind at 40 miles per fucking hour, and they're like, yeah, we're not going to pay you shit for that. I'm like, that's the reason why I have underinsured covered for it, in case I get hit by someone that didn't have insurance. Got the money, finally got the payment out of it though, but it's fucking took so long. Not a full year, but a while. Narrator? You back? Did you achieve ego death? I guess the narrator's gone. Last time it was over a year, so that one must have been... the time's increasing, so... I don't know. 5 years? 10 years? Low battery.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human
he's back.
condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our
I
entertainment
really
is
can't
now our
fucking cut in
lives.
here.
It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse.
Sure
They're
you are.
the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course. They've been
Oh my,
jealous
he's
of me
switching
this
his
whole
voices
time.
slightly.
They
He's
are
actually
mired
talking
in
to
fear
himself
and
now.
insecurity, and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves that they couldn't help but leave a negative review on pressurized gas.
I
Perhaps
love
it says
every
far
time they
more
say
about
pressurized
them than
gas.
it's ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in
I have to say, how many fucking lines they give the narrator in this game is impressive. Holy shit, does he have a lot of dialogue.
comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amused. But they didn't understand the game
And it
was
cuts.
never meant to be fun.
They didn't set a good spot for a loop, so they just cut
It
it
was
in
meant
the
to
middle.
have a point. It was meant to speak to the...
You alive? Okay, narrator died again. Oh, the clock's on the floor.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the
Ah, the
end,
loading.
is never the end, 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 is never the...
Goodbye. Some leaking. If I skip forward a few years, this entire place gonna get filled up. Right? Oh. It's starting to fall apart. Is there like a hurricane going on outside? Sunlight! It's been so long! How long has been, old friend? And plants! Nature is coming back to us. And nature has left us once again. What is that? Sounds like there's just a loud monster up there. Hello? Okay, yeah, they definitely going for a horror game vibe. Okay, this is no longer... What, did the room fall into a sinkhole? I guess nature did not survive. Hey, we finally got an open world. And music. Took a while. Maybe a few thousand years. Tens of thousands. Millions. Who knows? Sorry about that, narrator.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the... Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy?
Yes, I am.
Click a door 5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks? Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes,
Really?
almost certainly 50 clicks.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50.
No, I'm still not
Don't tell me
feeling it.
they actually do
I want
100
this
more.
trophy to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way no matter the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Okay, 2417.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
A few times, okay. Where's 437? Oh, there.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
I don't think we're getting somewhere with this. New content, so there's more.
Now, back to door number 437.
Ah.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
You just send me back and forth. Is this revenge for something?
Now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Where is 416? Where is 416? Don't tell me the new content door is 416. It fucking is.
When Stanley came
No!
to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Where is 416? 430. Oh! Damn it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I can't achieve the
Stanley
trophy
decided to
because
go
the
to
new
meeting room.
content door
Perhaps
is
he
there.
had simply missed a memo.
Because 416 has been replaced. We can't get that trophy.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes,
Oh.
I have something very exciting to show you.
There's 416. Sorry, we're not doing your stuff then. Let's try this again.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy? Click a door 5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth?
Oh.
No. I can't
Give me
just
the skip
these
button again,
minutes
please.
away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the
Yeah, I've done over
satisfaction
50.
of witnessing true effort for a noble
I've done over
cause.
50 times, so let's
Perhaps
see.
50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Keep going.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this trophy to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way no matter the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417? Oh, great.
There you go.
Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Let's try this again.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so. Now, back to door number 437. Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
This is so fucking stupid, but why?
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416. We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
I'm so fucking excited for me to click on doors and a copy machine.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today.
What the hell? Okay, this is just good reason why this game is awesome. Let's see the new content. Back up the escalator, or elevator. Back up the elevator again.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Really? The end is never
Yes,
the
you
end
see,
again.
Isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
You don't need long-term franchising potential. More TPS, better TPS. A lot more color red, okay.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
The sequel to Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to... Oh my... That's repeating. Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum. It's not Arkham Asylum 2, it's City. That just sounds horrible, Asylum 2. Divinity Origin Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar. Dark Souls. I don't think you picked the right 2, sir. Crab, the ultimate sequel. Okay, that one is correct. Oh, it busted a new content.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
What are the new features? Office decoration, Stanley Parable, reassurance. Bucket, the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. So there's a button that says Stanley, I'm assuming. A whole new office. Where is the new orange? The updated ray trace. More of the same, but in a good way. The babies all go. No! No. No.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim.
Wow.
But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, Let's have you roleplay as Jim to really simulate the full experience.
No, thank you.
Of
I
this
don't
feature.
want to roleplay
Just
the
play
show.
along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
I don't want to.
I want Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that
It
says
is a
somebody
stupid
else's
button.
name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish
No,
first.
not letting you finish.
Now, allow yourself to become Jim. All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now?
Yes.
Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Exactly, I will. I don't know where that's.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable too. They would appreciate what I've created here.
The reassurance bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long
Yeah, but I
for the
can't touch the
gentle
bucket,
embrace
right?
of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Hi, bucket.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing
I got a bucket
despair,
now.
must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Well, thank you. I
The
don't know if that's
benefits of the bucket
compliment or
seem to go
insult
on
yet.
and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, I can take the bucket with me.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
The shirt is the best new feature. Honestly, at this point, I would say if you give me a shirt that just has a yellow door, no, not yellow, a red door and a blue door, and it says, Stanley, go to the left door. I'll probably get that shirt.
Okay,
Ah, the
I'll be
different
honest,
letter
I
twos.
haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get well someday sounds good. Happy 12th birthday, stepniece. Or get well someday. Okay, let me just, I'm keeping that. Get well someday just sounds funnier.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece,
Of course.
it is.
So if I picked the 12th birthday, it would have been Get Well Someday. Oh, and now that all decorated with this.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Hey, the jump circle!
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh well. I
Aw,
suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
so we don't get any more jumps. There's a free trophy here? Hold the lever, receive your new trophy, no more steps.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken.
Oh, come on.
I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
How do I fix it now? Well, that was disappointing. Well, at least I got a bucket.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Let's see, we came from there, we gone up there, gone through there, gone over there. There's this door over here. Epilogue. Oh, collect the... Actually, please don't add collectibles to this game. Settings World Champion Infinite Hole. There's an infinite hole? We gotta try out the infinite hole. Time and depth. Falling. Hole like infinity. Distant future, distant past, distant space time, distant space. Okay, so I'll just go to. And there's just surrounding area. It's very nice that they decided to label more and science and more hole. Keeps going.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Okay.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Okay.
Great. Now,
Back
I'm
down.
very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again?
Yes.
I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Steve.
Yeah. Do you call that
I'll be honest
infinite?
with you, I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom.
Oh, you kept
Yes,
talking the entire
I
time.
told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Nah, this ain't a mostly infinite hole. It's a finite hole. Why is there just a bunch of cigarettes down here? People just saw this as trash? Ah, the mostly infinite hole. Good change. Glad I checked that out. Okay, and what's up with collectibles?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game.
What am I
In the
collecting
Stanley
here?
Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Honestly, that feels very much like... That honestly feels like how a lot of collectibles in games are. Come on, Bucket, let's go! All of them are trying to get to this one standing collectible. Can I not collect it? Oh, I got it. 1 of 6. Hey!
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Now where can I find the rest of those? Yeah. Have I been here? There we go. I got the fucking hair off my tongue. Yeah. Settings World Champion, okay. Ooh, different languages up there. Back to 72. Please tell me this doesn't go to 100. I already got to check what the trophy was for this. Get every single number. So fucking many numbers. Why is vertical size so fucking large? Or range? I'm just gonna slide it all the way. So fucking many. Jesus Christ. More. Holy fucking shit.
This is the story of a man named Stan.
Goodbye, narrator.
This is the
Welcome
story
back,
of a
narrator.
man named...
I can't believe I'm literally scrolling through every single bit of the settings. There we go. Settings World Champion. Set all setting sliders in the menu to all of the available numbers. Fuck that. I should. Oh no. Hey!
I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion trophy. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider and that it'll be accessible from the settings menu. We'll sort out the rest of the details later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay then. Let's just see, did it get added? Yes, it did. What does bumpscosity mean? Anything? At this point, I'm just wandering around trying to see how to get any more of the new content. That's where we came from.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley?
Oh, now you finally talk about it.
Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Okay, I think we head towards the exit now. Is there anything else?
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I mean, I guess. A new mug.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul.
What the
It's
hell is
going to
Bumpscosity?
work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
This literally looks worse.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create
At least I
sequel
solved my
that
bucket.
would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it.
Yeah, that's how we made the Ultra Deluxe
With
Edition.
respect, with care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh, we're getting sent back to the screen. The door. Okay, honestly, yeah, this is a good looking title screen. Is it gonna just loop, or will it continue through the entire office? That is my question. Okay, and also I'm getting Little Nightmare 2 vibes here with the hallway walking towards the doors and the light music. Do, 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 do. I can't. It doesn't look like it's looping yet. Oh, and then into the blackness. Which. Okay, there we go. There's the loop. I was half expecting the narrator to start talking at
This
some
is the
point.
story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building
got our
where he
balloons.
was employee number 427.
So officially
Employee
playing
number
Stanley Parable 2
427's
now.
job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something
New
that would
titles
forever
going.
change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly
Okay, yeah, I'm skipping it. Oh yeah, let me... Ta-da. There we go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hey, the bucket!
Stanley
with me,
picked
bucket.
up the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Nope.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No.
No,
Said the bucket.
Sis-
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo
Goodbye.
lift, yes. Go there.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his
The
dearest
bucket's
friend.
actually a
So
fucking
he threw
character now.
himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
What the fuck has this game become?
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can... Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
Go
and
fast.
entered the door on his left.
We go fast.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley,
Checkbook.
can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket
It wants the
went
bucket.
upstairs to the
Okay, I
boss's
have to come
office.
back there with the bucket.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
He didn't know.
Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Okay, let me get this. 2845. Gotta keep that available to me.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical
We follow the
explanation.
bucket ending. I'm definitely bringing the bucket to room 5 at one of these times.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him.
Is every
reassuring
line
that
gonna
in this
be
darkest
based off
moment
of now having a
uncertainty,
bucket?
He would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
No!
Everyone in the office
not
was
gonna
being
drop the bucket.
videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Oh, so I have a feeble mind.
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine... Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
And we can
They
escape.
had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth.
What
Both
are
of them
these
wanted to begin
fucking
watching
goals?
a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
What the
True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Huh?
Wait, what was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled
Give
the
me
room,
my freedom.
lingering in uncertainty.
I will save the bucket.
Until
I'll toss it
finally the
over.
truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the
No.
facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Okay, this bucket
All
stuff
of his
is weird.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket
I'm surprised I
turned out to
haven't
be
run
correct?
into any of the
No,
other collectibles
never
yet.
mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the
Can I use the bucket to, like, put out the fire of the baby?
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there
There's
I
a
need you to
collectible.
do.
Stanley did not
How
question
the
why
fuck do
or
you get
how
over
this
there?
bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Okay.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Okay.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press circle to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Press X to take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Press trying to go back to work? Sure.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press up for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press down to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to
Of
it.
course, now the narrator is wanting to get the bucket. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press up to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware
Oh
store
my,
bucket.
he actually is
It's just a
fucking
little,
getting into the bucket.
What am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press circle to live the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press down to go home, to work, to home, to work, to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. for the bucket.
What are you
No,
going?
no,
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 no, no,
what's
no,
going
no,
on? Why
no, no,
can't you read me the
no.
bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps.
Are we
perhaps
being
if I
seduced
had
by
the
a
This
bucket?
would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket.
Oh.
Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Go back to works. What the fuck just happened there? Did Stanley actually get seduced by a bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
And
mean?
the narrator
Stanley
also.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire
So if I
it.
don't grab the bucket,
It
it
was
just
okay.
goes back to normal.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Oh. We found a collectible.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Okay. And what's over here?
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed.
Okay, so narrator was...
You didn't think I was actually just a recording,
Oh.
did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do.
I don't think there's anywhere I can walk to right now.
Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
I literally did nothing there.
My God, the bumpscosity in here is absolutely overwhelming. 1,000? You people have got to be nuts. How can you stand this much bumpscosity?
What is the bumpscosity? I don't... What is this supposed to do? Okay, so there's supposed to be...
Warmth
Figurine
spread through
in the
Stanley's
meeting room.
arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Trust the completionist instinct. How we can find them. There are many questions. There was no memo from management. How can you tell you saw one? It's what the fuck did just There will be a reward for finding them all. Inside the sequel exhibit, a large room, lots of boxes. Says something to do with stairs. You can go down the stairs, somewhere both red and blue. Nearby a fireplace. And a private but smelly place for an important person. Okay, so we have the manager's bathroom. And down the stairs. Those two I have to do so.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand
Let me
over
give them the bucket.
I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand
What
over the
insults?
bucket?
Are you
Stanley,
fucking hallucinating?
I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
Why the fuck
That your
is
life
there
is
you
so
so much
banal
for a
and meaningless
bucket?
that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I'd never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for
The
the bucket
fuck
as
is
they have
all this
changed and
shit?
evolved over the years.
It's so
Let him have
stupid
it.
and it's amazing.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Property
There.
of Stanley.
Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Anything else?
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see?
A bucket.
I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That
A
way,
bucket
if
sticker
you're
for a
ever
bucket.
unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to
Oh,
yourself,
they're just going to keep on adding
it's
stickers,
a
aren't they?
bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Will these stickers stay on it as we continue through the routes, the different endings?
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment.
It's been
And
giving
to
me
be
the silent
honest,
treatment the
I'm
entire
sick of
time.
the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll
The
see
fuck?
you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
It actually sounded like he left. Is he gone? Okay, I guess he's gone.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
There we
Another
go.
miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines?
No.
Yes, I think I like that.
All those are
Another
bad.
Stanlerine under your belt.
Okay, money, money, money. Okay, I can't do anything here, it seems.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was
Of course it's the bucket again.
guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh, what the?
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies.
Okay,
What do you
Figley's
think?
I would prefer.
What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your
Figlies.
screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Figley's is the answer.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that
Escape.
read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
No, you can't harm the bucket.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Come on, this can be different somehow.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
I'm Stanley holding a bucket while standing inside a bucket.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator,
Oh yeah,
as
with the
Stanley
female
and
voice.
the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
Safety!
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Now the Bucket Museum. Welcome you to the Grand Exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you challenge the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of the exhibit, or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Bucket with two handles? What the? Cave drawings of the bucket.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Hanging bucket. Hey, I took the bucket!
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Oh yeah, last time
Let
this happened, I
Stanley
actually
die.
did turn off the door.
Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools
What
and
the
implements
fuck?
if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
And the bucket died there. What the fuck is this game now?
Stanley knew the office layout like the back. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy? Click a door 5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5... Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again. Not truly alone. Not with the bucket around. Stanley
Okay,
clutched
let's
the
go
bucket
down the
tightly to
stairs
his
this
chest
time.
and entered the door on his left.
Okay, I got nearby a fireplace. I got the private. So I want stairs, something to do with the stairs, and somewhere both red and blue. Somewhere both red and blue. I'm assuming I have to go to the right. Down the stairs we
Coming to a
go.
staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. You're
Found
getting
it.
close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anmarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anmarines. None of us can.
Big Landry. What the hell? Come on, bucket.
But Stanley just couldn't do it.
Oh no, not
He
this
considered
one.
the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing
Well,
more.
it's fucking dud. That's
That's
insane.
strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
Oh.
Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations
Oh, no.
Stanley might experience without the psychological
We don't have a bucket.
presence of his bucket.
Yeah.
Now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
Well,
He
okay,
had to
now we
find
have
the
a
bucket. He had to return to
bucket
his old
infection
friend. It was the
ending, I
only way
guess.
to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful.
huh?
Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
I had a bucket inside me. So he actually did get
This
seduced
is
by
the
the bucket
story
on
of a
the
woman named Mariella.
bed. What the
Mariella
fuck?
woke up on a day like
Like
any
literally,
other.
the bucket. What
She
the fuck do you
rose,
fucking mean?
got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place.
Aw.
How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Backflipped all the way to work. I guess that's the power of the bucket for you. And us, without a bucket, can't even jump. Okay, so we need to find a red and blue room.
Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on. The
Bucket,
good
come
old
on.
Bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah, good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the
And now we
bucket
go.
had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
And I just did exactly the opposite. Come on.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
Oh.
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose
the
that would
fuck?
explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it.
Oh, you're going to give me
This
educational video
misunderstanding
about...
could have dire consequences on the entire
Buckets?
rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay then. This is new. Is this a bucket?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket,
What?
not an actual bucket.
What the fuck?
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is
How?
a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
What the fuck? I'm trying to do this wrong.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
No.
Incorrect.
Hey!
This is a bucket.
Okay, so it's... No, no, yes.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Really? Okay, good.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Another one.
Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct.
How?
This is a bucket.
How? How is that a bucket? You're not even giving an explanation. You did the 3D
Item
print,
6.
3D
Is this a
printed, you did the hologram, and now you're like, okay, the tractor is one.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
How is it both and not? I am actually confused with this.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm
Oh, I
afraid
can't
a
tell that he's
bucket
not.
is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No!
Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket
I said you were not.
And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
That's bad news,
Yes,
we're not
I
buckets.
actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Yeah? Is something wrong?
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
Nope.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
My idea right now
Said the
is
bucket.
unplug the
Don't go to the
telephone.
meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Unplug it.
Oh, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's
Nope.
funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there
Okay, so
isn't
this doesn't
exactly
break the
an
game
instructional
entirely, I
video
guess.
on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is.
Oh, we have a new
It's
instructional
sitting
video.
right here. Let's take a look.
So the first time we had an instructional video on
What is
making the right
comedic timing?
jokes.
What
Or
is
right timing.
comedic
Right
timing?
choices.
How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more
Politics,
importantly,
really?
can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny."
No.
Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny"
No.
now.
Just no.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages
Are
long
you fucking
and should
serious?
include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very
What the
existence
fuck?
and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
I am... What the
Hey,
fuck was
goodness,
that?
this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
And they have the fences up again. My goal right now is to find
This
the
time,
room
I'm really going to
that is
nail the
blue and
delivery.
red.
You'll be in stitches. A talking
So that I can
bucket,
get
you'll
the
say. How ridiculous. How absurd.
last,
what a hilarious concept.
Stanley figurine.
The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now.
Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke.
Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Walking, walking, walking.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
And this is the joke part, right?
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone.
I'm not sure what
Now
the fuck is
timing's
going at this
completely
point.
off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room.
No, it doesn't.
What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need
No,
to go
please,
back
no.
and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Why?
Here we go. You ready?
Okay.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Okay, yeah, it's a
Here we
loop here
go.
now.
You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video?
this
I
is
think
wrong
this
now?
was all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
What am I supposed to... Oh, this.
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your
Oh.
other most prized possessions
This ending, yeah.
pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over
now
how
we're just gonna have to listen to puns for a
unbalanced
bit.
bucket you are. No? Still not?
Still nothing.
Is it the delivery?
Yes.
Pale with shame. Pale with shame. Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar.
No, that's just
I'm
bad.
getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he
Huh?
checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
What the fuck? No bucket this time. We're going to go in the direction of where the bucket was not
Stanley
allowed.
came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was so
Eager
good.
to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following
we jump onto the
directions,
bridge.
it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for
Yes,
others?
zero
Are you
consideration
that convinced
whatsoever.
that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help
No
you.
bucket
To
past
show
this
you
point.
something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove.
Hey, there we go.
And there it is. The last
Got it.
Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
We
Now
got all
listen
6.
carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Honestly, what happens if I listen to him this time?
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
What is the solution?
What do we want? What are we looking for?
I have no idea.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Okay. Are they just going to combine together into a large light bucket? Oh. More colors.
No, wait. Where are you going?
No happiness.
Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Papa.
No! Oh, thank God. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Geronimo!
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
I'm moving way
Actually
slower
willing
now.
to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I Yes. Perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
Hey, there's new satellites.
I know
New
you'll
happiness.
You'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
Okay, so there's no end here. Sorry, gotta jump up the
No,
stairs again.
Perhaps not.
Up the stairs we go.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore.
How
I
is he
just
still
wanted us to
alive?
get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Geronimo!
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
That is honestly make me feel sad. So. Okay. We've gone through so many of the different routes of the game now. Still got a few questions. Test trophy, please ignore. How the fuck do we get that? Commitment. Play the same pair for time next. I can't do that. The 8888. No idea how to do that. How does 7.7% of people have done this? This I can guess. I can figure out how to do that easily. I am honestly going to look this up now. Because I do not know where we can go from here at this point. Okay, the one I'm looking for is 8888. Okay, that's an easy one to get.
Stanley,
What
I'm
the
sorry,
fuck?
but I have to put a pause on things.
What the fuck?
It's those figurines. Those figglers.
Oh.
I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
No, it
Didn't
wasn't.
it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be
They
telling a
actually
story,
fucking
but
wildly
won't you please
coded me.
indulge me with one more
I just
trip
walked
back to the
into-
memory zone?
Oh
I
my.
would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
When Stanley found the collectibles. This game is actually surprising me.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Now we got 7. Here's boxes.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the warehouse. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
Bathroom.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your 3rd time doing anything.
Really?
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's
we
here in
didn't.
the memory zone, so it must have happened.
No, it didn't happen. Why is there a large apple there? Where's this music coming from?
This was
Under
the
the stairs.
5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
What?
Enjoy.
What? Really? Oh, fucking course it has a thanks for watching emoji. Best boy is the narrator.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory
Again,
is
what the
most
fuck is up with
distinct
the
and
pink
clear
one?
in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others.
Of
Who
course.
can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Okay, both doors go the same way for once. And now what's this? Are we going to meet the architect? We're in the Matrix now?
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done.
What?
I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction.
Okay,
See
so
how
we're going
that feels.
for now going to be aiming to get 18 of them, I guess.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
Why? Why is it like this? Down to the
And
bottom of the
here's
stairs.
where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Really?
Yes, I love that video.
And pink room again?
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
I'll see the What was... Actually, no, this is the wrong page. Which was the ones? I'm trying to figure out which of the figurines was replaced. by the fact that we found one. We'll find the fourth one. Which one got replaced by the pink one?
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad
I would
we
rather
resisted
reward
the
than continuously collecting the
Next
same ones over and over again. I'd very much rather reward at this point.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
And where's the first one?
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Hey, I'm back out here. Since I'm over here, can I...
It's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then.
Can I go ahead and pull the lever again?
Let's put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say Oh, yes! The two doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
And of course, I go to the right.
And before everything else, there was your office.
What is up with this memory lane
Is
bullshit?
there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
And now on title screen?
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
I don't want to be
I
retired.
enjoyed telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley. Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
See you later, Bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Hey,
There was not a single person here.
this one's
either.
back to normal now.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being
There we
held
go.
from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. and so the boss had assigned it. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
I'm looking at to see what else is there to do. Da-da. Test the trophy, please. But test trophy, please ignore. You just have to spend 1-2 hours setting everything up for this trophy. If you're naturally playing the game, most of it will happen. Let's see, if you're naturally playing the game, most of it happen. The first time you open the game, it will require you to input the current time. Same for the second and third time you open the game. This is necessary for the preparation of the trophy. However, you can input any time you want. Every time this text shows up, and it can be done at any point, so at the whole point. So, however, after the second instant you input the time, you'll notice that the text that instructs you to do this is a constant character. Doing this for a third time and opening the game, the fourth time, the text will now ask you to set dumb and unnecessary configuration sliders, such as this. Okay, I'll just stop there.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control.
Let's go home, close game, open up again so we can talk to that voice. Current time is 6. Sweet, about to turn to 6:04. Waiting for it to change to 6:04. Ah, 6:04 a.m., your favorite time of day. Ah, it's just the current time. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 6:04 a.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. Very accurate. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip up a couple new ones. New ones up. Should be ready by next time you boot up the game. Okay, let's do that again. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Please adjust the slider until the dog and cat are friends. Aww. That's nice. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. That's Roman numeral. That's 9. There's multiple 9s. Okay. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. What the fuck is that even supposed to mean? Which of these two made-up words below is most appealing to you? Aku Boinkle. Aku Boinkle. Scrumptush. Honestly, Aku Boinkle. Please don't adjust the slider. Okay. Do you know what time it is right now? Yes. It's the time that it is right now. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Yes. What is time anyway? No. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yes, plenty. Help. Sure. We come back? Sure. Why not? I'm guessing we have to do that again? Time is it? Does anyone really truly know? What? You're getting existential. Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do. It's like a day job. And now the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I know what fucking time it is. It's 6:08 a.m. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. No? Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again if you can find me. Talk soon. Oh, epilogue is here now. I'm not doing epilogue yet. I'm going to do the speedrun route now. Then we can try out the epilogue.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Move.
All of
Faster.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go
All
to the
I need to
meeting.
do is
Perhaps he had
2845.
simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
2845, that's what we need to do.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single
Use
minute to
skip
just
button.
let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
No, I don't want the New Age music. I need to go fast. Fast as fuck, boy. Go.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Let's go. I must get the freedom ending as quickly as possible.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Faster, faster.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Hit it.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had
Hurry.
Stanley really been under someone's
Hurry,
control
elevator.
all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
Turn it off.
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this...
There we go.
blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking. but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
There we go.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin.
Went as quick
The
as we
feeling
could
of
through this.
liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Did it work? Were we fast enough? We were quite fast. But we were not fast enough. We were not fast enough, okay. Go to the menu. I guess since we made an attempt there, we'll try that later. Time for the epilogue. This is going to be the end of it, by the way. Many, many years later. Oh. Yeah, many, many, many years later. Okay. Huh? If you told me literally 10 years ago, when I first heard of the Stanley Parable game and saw the original playthrough, that this was going to be the ending, the epilogue of the Stanley Parable, I would not have believed you in the slightest. And now we're in a sandstorm. Darude? The sun will rise. Ah. The place of memories. The generator is on. Where does the generator lead us? Where the cable lead us? Cookie Nine's blog. Review the Stanley Parable 2. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointing I am with its sequel. This is the person that went and talked trash about the first Stanley Parable, right? Where the first game teamed with originality, Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fanbase. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for, an infinitely deep hole. Who cares? Where's the new ending? That ran into a bunch. What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. Welcome reprieve. Oh, fuck. Ah. The bucket. Jim?
Jim.
The gym button, okay. Get on the green. Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched to match success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. I did not know about that. But disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been farther from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Lowest aggregated review scores in video game history. Stick. God damn. Jim. Can we hear another one? Jim. Follow the cable. Hey, we have a collectibles. $26 out of 6. We got a computer. Hello again. Hey, they're still around. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what developers said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise. What nonsense. Stanley Parable is not sacred, we do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy, let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground, let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake, don't cling to the legacy, let it burn. It's not hard, in fact, let me show you. Together we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. What? It's simple, all we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Employee of the poison of the choice. Honestly, employee of the choice does make sense for this. But the fact that one of the trophies is just Tuesday, I want to include that. The danger of Tuesday. Danger of Tuesday, yes. Stanley Parable 3, Danger of Tuesday. It's absurd, I love it. Every time we restart the game, we'll advance the number of sequels by 1, then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work, no need to do that. It'll just be the same content recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it. I want you to have a say as well. I honestly want to look what the fucking results is. I'm not sure what to say here. Okay, apparently it just says yes. I want to say no, honestly. Don't do it. Good, then it's agreed, a new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. See, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken trophy, did he? Of course not, I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me, let's fix it. Alright, here, the trophy machine is all fixed. See, I'm on your side, we're in this together. Going to keep this train rolling. Stanley Parable cannot end, it can only spiral in on itself forever. Must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready, are you ready? Wait, there's one last thing we need to do. Please enter this current time. It's currently 6:27. We just decided. Oh my god. Doing all of these again. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Stanley Parable 3, Danger of Tuesday. Huh? What the hell?
This is... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
This
decided
game
to go
has
to the
really
meeting.
changed just through
Perhaps
us
he had
playing
simply missed a memo.
I shall hit that lever. We shall pull the lever. I'm hoping I don't have to go through the entire skip section again.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version
Oh,
has
okay,
turned
good.
out
So
to
this
be.
goes directly
The
into
original Stanley
the
Parable
2.
was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Not actually the first time ever. Come on.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Yes, the free new trophy. Actually, I want to see if I can get another collectible. What number will we be at now? Out of order. you've been here. Okay, good. That actually makes sense.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Hey!
As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got
What?
the trophy?
The holy hell?
Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched?
Yes.
Oh, God. Composure. Composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Oh, he should have stayed in there for a bit longer. Yeah, I feel like he was about to have a mental breakdown there. But there we go. As far as it goes, I think that is all. As far as the actual content for the game. I like the texture for that. We have 2 trophies remaining. Commitment, play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. Actually, sweet. Speedrun, complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes, 22 seconds. Again. And then don't play Stanley Parable for 10 years. None of those really provide any extra content. So I will not be doing those on stream. I'll just do them off stream. And before you ask, no, I'm not going to wait 10 years. You just switch around the date on the console. That's all. Yeah, that's enough for me today. I was not expecting to play for 4 hours. I was expecting it to be like 2 hours, maybe. But honestly, Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, they added a lot. I remember when I was going to say a kid, but I was more in my teens when the original Stanley Parable came out, and I got to watch some playthroughs of it. I think the playthroughs I watched was either, I'm pretty sure PewDiePie was one of them, and then it was either Markiplier or Jacksepticeye that I watched their playthroughs of. I'm not sure if it was one or the other. Hell, it might just be PewDiePie only that I watched the playthrough of playing this. I remember watching that and just enjoying the game, just the absurdity, just the randomness that just... There was nothing I've seen up to the point that was anything like it. So I really enjoyed it. But then years and years and years passed and completely forgot about it until this game just popped up. I saw a trailer of it. I'm like, I'm gonna get that. I want to get that. I buy it and then I don't play it for quite a while. Now that we finally got the chance to play it, I can say, honestly, this one was worth it. This one's good. I really enjoyed it. Enough that I'm actually going to go out of my way to get all the tedious trophies. Let me just look up how do you do commitment? This will be the most tedious trophy in the entire game. You have to leave the Stanley Parable running on your PC for a total of 24 hours of a Tuesday. You don't need to actually play the game. You can just leave it idle or pause. It seems this trophy is cumulative as well, meaning that you can, for example, play the game across 24 different Tuesdays. Okay, so it's not just 24 hours because that's the length of time a Tuesday is. You have to play 24 hours across Tuesdays. You can play across 24 different Tuesdays for 1 hour each Tuesday and still pop. In this particular case, the trophy cannot be fooled so easily. You must run the game for 24 hours every Tuesday. Changing your system clock with the game open won't automatically unlock the trophy in 1 minute. 24 hours of time are tracked in the game. However, you don't necessarily need to do this on a Tuesday though. So you can change your console. You can change your console to a different day of the week, basically. But you still have to go 24 hours. So to get this one trophy, I'm going to be probably going to work on a Monday night, leaving this on, and just having it run. And when I come back in the morning, wake up, turn it back on, and have it run for a bit. And just repeat that over and over. That's what I'm getting from this. Okay, I can do that. Yeah, that's it for me today. So, to anyone that joined me for today's stream and made it more enjoyable, thank you for joining. Anyone watching, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And I hope you enjoyed this playthrough of the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. I did. I know I did.